That's what I'm gonna do, right? Poke in my mouth. That's what I'm gonna do, right? Alright, let's see. Who is here? Who is not here? Who are the traitors that I have to excise from the community forever? Maybe I will promote my stuff on the President Sunday thing. How is that for an idea? Blue. Grab a discussion. Oh yeah, I should copy the link. Hello, Cześć my cafe. Just returned from a protest in Kiev. We're gonna do a whole segment about that. I'm gonna do a whole segment about how democracy is in peril once again. Yes, I just returned from it. I got footage from the protest. I tried to interview one person, but they were so out of, I don't know. I don't even know what to say. Okay? Insanity. Okay? The interview that I had with this one person about the lady was like, oh yeah, no corruption in my country. So I asked, so should Zelensky sign the thing? And by the thing, I mean get it like butchering the anti-corruption organizations. Yes, I believe in my president. I believe he will sign it and do the right thing. And I was like, but the whole protest is about him not signing it. People are protesting because they don't want him to sign it. And the lady was like, well, I don't like corruption, but I'm not really 100% sure about the details of what people are protesting against here. And I'm like, okay, that's great. It's amazing. If it's appropriate, can I advertise the stream as Zelensky bad? Well, he definitely is bad on this one issue, so we will be criticizing him tonight, I suppose. Crazy stuff. Maybe I should have. No, I think it's too dangerous. I am live. Hello, Shakespeare. Nafu's turn on Zelensky? No. It's a bit complicated, but Jesus. People were chanting the word Haniba. People were chanting, you know the word Haniba? Who in the chat knows the word Haniba? Hypers in chat, as Xander Hall would say, hypers in chat if you know what the word Haniba means. Hypers in chat. Please, people. Please, people, hypers in chat. Haniba. not haiba. Haniba. Koty potrafią wywierać stymulujący wpływ na zdrowie. Czy masz kota? Nie. All of my cats died. I used to have 10 cats. Now I have a dog. Hold on. How do you not know that I have a dog? How do you not know that I have a dog? Hold on. This is my dog. This is Fido. I've showcased him so many times on stream, and people still don't know that I have a dog? Yubu, yubu, yubu. I feel guilty leaving him in Poland, alone and lonely and sad. Look at how cute he is. It should be always running. Should be a permanent feature of the stream, showing Fido. Wow. I don't even know where to begin. I honestly just wanted to start this stream by playing some Expedition 33. Is that okay? Is it okay if I start this stream off? If we don't start off from Poland crumbling, Ukraine crumbling, and the US crumbling, the world being in peril and going to crap? What do you think? Do you think we can? I don't know. Do you think it's possible? Wait, have I advertised the stream on the cathedral? Yes, I have. Maybe I should add a message to people. Come to stream if you're interested in the whole anti-corruption scandal thing and the protest. There you go. Maybe I'll show some footage from the protest on stream. Where is it? Say click here if you hate Zelensky. Jesus Christ. I don't hate Zelensky. Się gdyby znowu mieć kobieta What? What the hell does that mean? Się gdyby znowu mieć kobieta What? What the hell? I will tell you this. I fucking told you so. You told me why? You did not tell me so. I have no clue what you told me, but you did not tell me. Poland has its own corruption. Glass houses. I mean, I would like to remind you that Poland was part of the Soviet sphere, so. You might have forgotten that Poland was part of the Soviet bloc. I know it's easy to forget. If you were born in 2005. I mean, you seem to be forgetting that. It's not me. It's not me forgetting that. It's you. You act as if Poland was corruption-free. What happened to that ammo factory? Hold on. Let me Google it. Because the glass houses stone throwing is surreal. Polish ammo factory scandal. Former Polish government gave 14 billion zloty ammunition contracts to inexperienced consortium. Investigation shows. Whoops. Well, that's embarrassing. Tell me please why Zelensky didn't veto it? I have no clue. We'll just have to see how this story develops. Administracja albo czerwony... Okay, I have no clue what that means. Polish people are the last people who want to hear about corruption from considering the 14 billion of embezzled Polish zlotys for ammunition. I'm not even gonna go into the whole visa scandal under the Law and Justice Party. I'm not even gonna go into the whole... remember the whole scandal when the Orlen guy, you know, the guy that was at the top of Orlen, gave a huge contract to a guy that turned out to be connected to Hezbollah. Remember that? He told him, hey, Hezbollah guy, I trust you. Here's a bunch of here's a huge sum of money. Go buy oil for Poland. And then he just disappeared with the money and no oil materialized. Remember that? Yeah, Poland is really in a position to point out corruption of other countries. Oh yeah, independent to disappear millions of zlotys and give Hezbollah people money. That's great. Let's go for a memory lane. Obajtek, Hezbollah, oil money. Oh. Wow. Oh my goodness. Might as well put it on screen. Cookies. Poland probed state oil group Swiss subsidiary for alleged Hezbollah links. Wow. Polish prosecutors are investigating whether Orlen, the state-controlled oil and gas company, had links to the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah via its Swiss trading subsidiary. Adamaitis said he wanted to establish whether Orlen's former management had ignored warning from its own internal security team about OTS. She also questioned how the head of the Swiss subsidiary could have authorized trades that turned into big losses. A person who makes advance payments without completion of the first tranches of certain deliveries is not a good CEO and should not be the CEO of this or any other company, because some CEO of a branch of a big oil company just disappeared millions of zlotys and never materialized any oil. Yes, that's such a small scale. Such a small scale. You're right. Those are just petty corruption scandals. In February, Poland's Public Audit Office issued a report claiming that Orlen sold assets for 1.24 billion less than they were worth. Yeah, they're just small potatoes. You're right. I forgot about scale. I forgot about the small scale of 1.24 billion loss. You're right. It's just a matter of scale. You're right. I should interpret words the way you want, not the way I want. Very smart of you. You're right. I'm just matching your energy. Maybe if you learned how to communicate, I wouldn't have to interpret your words. I would just read them and know what you're trying to say. What is this? 12 viewers and only 5 likes. 7 now. Alright. I better prefer Lucy explaining why does Netanyahu is doing Two Bros podcasts and spewing about how based and morally righteous Israel is, while images of starving children are circulating the internet. It's because the images of starving children are just not good, and it's a weapon by which the online left causes division. And it's counterproductive and shouldn't be done. There you go. Did you see the videos? We were doing the corruption thing, okay? This is the big topic of today. But no, I will not accept the simplistic, I told you so, the corruption, because that is just stupid. That is a lazy person's analysis. And I'm not a lazy person. And I especially will not accept this lazy analysis from a Polish person when Poland has its own problems with. But Poland is even worse because Poland supposedly got rid of its corruption to get into the European Union. But apparently it never got rid of it completely, so. Poland, in theory, should be squeaky clean because it got rid of all of its corruption in order to enter the European Union. Alright, let's start a poll because I see that I have an actual audience tonight. Mish? That is what my family calls me. Yes, because you needed to. Okay, learn English, Conrad. What do you mean you need to be quantum physics degree? No one can be a degree. It's a physical impossibility. You cannot become a degree. Well, then why bring up scale? You're the one bringing up scale. Yes, I know that Ukraine has more corruption than Poland. Incredible. But Poland supposedly got rid of its corruption a long time ago when it was still trying to get into the European Union. I would like to remind all the people present here. Hold on. Shall we jump into news or relax first since I'm. Also, the reaction of the. Okay, I don't know. I don't know if I should save talking about it for the segment proper. How I'm actually very pleased with how society reacts to such things. Yes, relax with expedition for a bit. That's right. If we're relaxing, it's with expedition, the depressing game about death and hopelessness. No jump into topics. You fatso. Start poll. We're starting this poll right now. What was the protest about? I was out of the loop for the last couple of days. So basically, the Verkhovna Rada has voted a bill that effectively guts the independent organizations that are supposed to be anti-corruption organizations that are supposed to control the government for corruption. So basically, they have rendered independent anti-corruption bodies worthless and ineffective. And the people went out to the streets, rightfully so, to protest against it, saying that democracy is in decline, that it's a disgrace, that Ukraine is not Russia. They demanded that Zelensky veto this bill. He apparently did not. He had signed it, and we are where we are. It's a mess. I'm gonna do a longer segment on it, but that is the TLDR. So I decided to go out and go to the protest. I did. I took footage. I love you. You're ad personamus. What is an ad personama? Speaking of nitpicking words, there is no such thing as ad personama. It doesn't exist. Also, I have not done an ad personam at you. I don't think you know what that means. I have not attacked you as a person. I just attacked your silly arguments and your lack of education, but I have not attacked you as a person. So I, in fact, has not used the personal attack that you accuse me of. Lucina has an apartment in central Kiev? No. No, I do not. I stay at people's place because they are gracious enough to let me. Also, it's not central Kiev, it's on the outskirts. I had to take a cab back to the apartment, actually. I saw the headline, but I didn't know there was a protest. Oh yeah, it's ongoing, I'm pretty sure, even though there's a curfew. I'm pretty sure the protest is ongoing. And it's not just in Kyiv, it's in Lviv and a few other places. The protest is ongoing. Wow, you're calling me fat? Are people calling me fat? Also, I demand more people vote than just 4, okay? It's not good if just 4 people vote. You attacked me for a stupid typo where you could deduct what I meant, obviously. I didn't attack you, I attacked your typo. So I'm gonna Google it just for you because you don't seem to understand what the fallacy. Attack ad personam definition. Okay. What is it? Ad personam is a Latin phrase meaning to the person and refers to an argument or attack that focuses on the individual making a claim rather than the substance of the claim itself. It's a type of fallacy, specifically an ad hominem fallacy, where an irrelevant attack on a person's character, motives, or other attributes is used to discredit their argument. I have done no such thing. I have not attacked your character. I have not attacked your attributes. I have simply attacked your lack of education, which is not an attribute. Here you go. So I have in fact not done an attack ad personam on you. I think I've won this debate. You should calmly concede and calm down. 6 votes. 33% would like me to relax, and 67% say, screw you will never relax. No, if you address the argument and dismantle their point and insult them, we just call that based. Another proof that Ukraine is not Russia. In Russia, the protesters would get arrested and put in jails for terrorism. Oh yeah, there was a peaceful protest and I voted for Expedition 33. Thank you. Thank you very much. 7 votes. 43% to 57%. It's still up in the air if more people vote because there are 10 viewers and only 7 votes. I'm going to be talking about but things are not good. Things are not good. As much as I don't, Ukraine does have problems. It does have problems with corruption. It has been fighting the corruption, and now we are seeing a total backslide from that. Let us remember that the whole thing in Euromaidan started with the people's huge frustration, among other things, with corruption. So, even if the war ends and Ukraine just backslides into total corruption, then you would just have to ask yourself, what was it all for? Right? Which is very bad, which is why people are protesting on the streets. Because obviously nobody wants that. Obviously that is something that nobody wants. Apparently there's more to it than meets the eye. Apparently the organizations themselves were compromised. But if an organization is compromised, then the solution to such a problem is not to nuke the organizations. It's not to render the organizations useless. That is definitely not what should be done in such a scenario. I will let you live in your delusions. I don't even know what delusions you think I live in. Because your English is not enough to communicate. Have you heard that Ozzy is dead? No. There you go. What? What? Well, it is true. Ukraine does have problems. I never said it didn't, but we'll see. We'll see how this will develop. Hopefully, we will not see a complete backslide, but we'll see. This has been a mess. So far, this has been a mess. A really bad mess. I'm not happy. I'm not happy with what's happening. I think it's understandable that I'm not. Shakespeare says, every country has humans living. Every human, every country that has humans living in it has problems. But yeah, but I'm not happy with these particular problems, and I'm not happy with how these particular problems are being handled, especially now. Yes, my English is so bad because I will make a typo on a phone that uses autocorrect. Yes. Autocorrect is part of your English skill. Now you get it. Now you understand. You finally understand, Conrad. You finally know how this works. Let me see. Crazy, that's how it goes. My goodness. Is there anybody on Twitch? Of course not. I don't even know why I bother dual streaming. It's such a waste. Okay, why aren't people voting? There's supposedly 8 people watching right now. Hello, everyone. I'm just waiting for the votes to. I'm waiting for all the people to vote. I am waiting for the frequency of the voters to be higher than it is. Do I have to dazzle you with dog footage again? Do I have to dazzle you with Fido video again to make you more active? You're so edgy with this irony of yours, I know. It's my only weapon. Without my irony, I'm just a dull person that has nothing of interest to say. So I hide behind my irony to seem interesting in the slightest. Let me see. Look, there you go. There you go. I'm dangling keys in front of my audience. I'm dangling the Fido keys. I should make this just loop. Loop, there you go. Should make this loop. And I should. How do you copy? Copy? Wait, hold on. Copy. Paste. This should be the stream now. Okay, copy. Paste. Copy. Oh my gosh. Paste. Okay, paste. Where's more Fido? Where's more Fido? There you go. Copy. Paste. All right, now you got a stream. Now you got a good stream going. I will endure woke, edgy not so much. I'm an edgy woke person, like one of those, what do you call it? Super cool streamers that have thousands of viewers at all times. Okay, 16 people watching. Please vote in the YouTube vote thing, please. And then we can finally move on. We can move on from the dog footage and we can start the segments. Or we can play some game to relax for a bit. We should change dog so it's a picture of Fido. That is true. We should do that. Also, we should start building our Twitch audience because it seems like Twitch. Welcome back. And also vote. Oh, 8 votes. Okay. What do I get if I vote? You get either a segment or you get to see me play Expedition 33. Those are the exact options of what you get. Apparently, Destiny thought that Australia was. What part of. What continent did Destiny think Australia was? Asia? Some very bizarre thing. Destiny thought some very bizarre thing about Australia, and it leaves me baffled. People are very invested into Destiny. Oh well. Let me see. Sunday Orbiters. Drama discussion. People gossiping instead of being here with us. Play something else. What's wrong with Expedition 33? Also, you haven't even voted, so I don't even know what to say to you. You're gonna try what? They're good people? I hope so. Destiny to fail elementary school geography test. Jesus Christ. That is not nice. Okay, let me check some. Let me start setting up some segments then. Google Kyiv Independent, because Kyiv Independent has been reporting on this extensively. Kyiv Independent has been drumming the alarm. Zelensky just betrayed Ukraine's democracy and everyone fighting for it. There you go. Opinion. A very, very veto the law protests. Point of no return. We're gonna go through these articles one by one. Also, we're gonna do Polish politics as well, about the fragile, crumbling Polish coalition ruling. You did vote. Oh, you voted for Expedition. You should play it for yourself. Don't call me dummy. See, now you're doing the ad hominomunus. You're doing the ad hominomunus against me. How do you feel being a hypocrite? How do you feel drowning in your own hypocrisy? All right, we're ready. I think we're ready to do the whole segment about corruption. I am ready. I'm prepared to go through the articles by the Kyiv Independent and to Oh. Uh-oh. Have been censored by the Kiev regime. Are we back? Are we live? Because it seems like the stream died for a bit. There you go. I've been censored by the Kiev regime. So I have to make sure that we're back. Are we? This might be a tough night. This might be a tough night of censorship and governmental. Also, I have unmuted Fido, so you can hear him panting as additional ambience to the stream. We're getting additional ambience through Fido being a good boy. How does that feel? ASMR. True. Maybe that'll bring in more viewers. Oh, Expedition is winning now. Yeah, relax with Expedition for a bit. Okay. I guess we are relaxing with Expedition for a bit before we start the segments about, you know, Ukraine and Poland. Because it feels like not only Ukraine will slip back in, but also Poland's whole ruling coalition will collapse. We're gonna get a return of law and justice, and Poland will have its own sliding back from democracy. Don't worry. Poland will have its own moment in the sun. It's gonna be amazing and great, I'm sure. And of course, then just the United States and Trump wanting to prosecute Obama because Trump is very desperate to throw attention away from the Epstein case, as I see. Konstytucja Ukrainy. The dog seems sad? No, he seems relaxed here. Why does he seem sad? He is playful and happy here. He's in the garden relaxing. I say expedition because then you might be talking about Ukrainian corruption when my tanky friends end, and then I can get them to raid into something. They will like, looks chill and happy to me, lots of stimulation. It's better for Confederacja to co-rule ASAP so people will learn how horrendous the rule will be. God, you sound like an accelerationist. Do you know also which Confederacja are you actually referring to? The mild. That is so weird to say, but are you referring to the mild Confederacja of Bosak and uh, Mensen, or are you referring to the hardcore Confederacja of Corona, of Brown? Are you talking about Brown's Confederacja or the mild one, the milquetoast Confederacja? Okay, let's play some Expedition. Fido, 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 Fido. Oh, there's one more Fido that is not being Fido. Don't worry, we'll come back to Fido at some point. It'll be glorious. Right, let's play some expedition then, because it seems like the people have spoken. 12 votes. Obviously, Brown's Confederacja? Of course, I knew it. I knew you were a radical terrorist. Obscure Expedition 33. This is really weird because the last time I played it was here on the laptop. Not on the PC. Can you read? Of course. I read your support for Gregor Brown loud and clear. You should own it. You should be honest about your beliefs. Oh my god, it's Obscure Expedition 33. Alright. It's so loud though. I'm gonna have to make it less more quieter. Okay, let's make it quieter. Mm, there you go. Plague Tale was very good. French original games. It was low tier rage bait, I admit. I am a low tier rage baiter. That is my thing. Hold on. You have to turn on the other chat. You have to turn on the other cheek. There you go. We have two chats now. And hopefully we'll also have Twitch at some point. Wait, that's Lucy still buy pirated DVDs. Let's shame me for that. I don't? What do you mean? Who uses DVDs anymore? There are better ways to pirate things now than buying DVDs. Mm. All right. Also, apparently the protesters are staying through the curfew, are ignoring curfew, which I expected to happen actually. I expected that the protesters would be ignoring curfew in order to continue protesting. Which I will. DVD or good stable physical storage. DVDs degrade with time actually. It's better to just get a hard drive. In my opinion. There are better storages now than DVDs. I mean everything degrades with time, but I don't know. So how is everybody doing? Alright. I was riding with someone. I'm finally currently shaming Lucy. Don't shame me. Also, thank you for the $10. I had to take a cab back home, so you paid for my ride home. Thank you for paying for my ride home. Also, I have a throne for a better microphone. To be honest, I've not been feeling very well today. I've been feeling quite bad physically today. So I'm happy that I even went to the protest, to be quite honest with you, because I've been feeling quite ill. I've been feeling quite bad. There's a rumor that a Russian platoon commander was shot by his own men and that the soldiers surrendered, but the source was a bit sketchy, so I'll wait for people smarter than me to verify the claim. I think I'm supposed to fight here. Oh, never mind. You look like that old guy from animated movie Up. Wait, I look like an old guy? That's horrible. How could you say that to a trans woman, that I look like an old guy? How could you tell that to me? How could you say that to me? Not only did you call me a guy, you also said that I look old. Sacre bleu. What am I supposed to do? Right. Oh yeah, let me see what other people are saying to me in the chats. Come on, that's hello, Glow, Conrad. It's more about the glasses or not. My goodness. Also, no, I have not. I've not been feeling very well today. Do I look that old? Do I really look that old? Is that movie about a person that has wasn't Up that movie about a person that had a balloon and stuff? Is that the movie we're referencing? The balloon person? Okay, I'm supposed to fight this mask, but it keeps sending me back, and I want to fight it. Fight me. Oh. A mask seems connected to Axon. It speaks. He who lives in between, behind the veil of emotions swell, for a life forced to paint. What is he but a reflection of joy? Sadness. I am sad a lot. Aww. Bushu. So sad. Oh my god, my life was so low. I'm gonna kill it. I'm gonna kill that stone face. You need to be tough, you want to be a big streamer. You don't understand, I'm getting her stronger before she gets big audience. I didn't beat him in a debate. He ran away from the debate. We never debated. My goodness. We had a conversation in which he agreed to debate me and then he put it out. He put it out of the debate.
Chroma is flowing.
You should turn on your air conditioning. That is my advice to you.
Take cover!
Oh, I forgot all my characters have like two... Oh. Oh. Listen, I went in half-cocked. We're standing in the reserve team.
Careful now. Try me.
Oh, a flying enemy, I think.
That's more like it.
It's locked on you.
Oh, that's disappointing.
If I die, so be it.
Huh. If I die, I die. What an attitude to have in life. If I die, I die. you.
Not today.
Oh, really?
Hmm. Wow, why is the chat so silent? Well, see, bet show logic. Shakespeare, you know who? I don't know. I don't speak French. I wish I did. I wish I spoke more languages actually. It would be pretty cool to speak more languages. It would be very lovely. I do wish I spoke more languages. I would be very happy. Happy camper. If I were to choose languages that I would like to speak, it would be Yiddish, Vietnamese. I would like to practice more Japanese. I need to practice more Japanese. Yeah, it just takes time. But yeah, you're right. You just have to practice. I've been learning Ukrainian, of course, and it's, as you can imagine, easier because it's similar to Polish. So that is a handicap, automatic handicap. Like people in the protest were chanting "Haniba, Haniba, Haniba, Haniba." As you know, as far as I'm concerned, I might as well have been talking Polish. You know, Haniba. To Haniba. I want to get my French to B2 and then I will start German maybe. At some point, I want to learn some Asian language, Japanese or Mandarin. Yeah, that's a good idea. German is really rules based. I'm not sure if that applies to French, but German has a lot of rules that sort of are not a huge amount of exceptions, is what I mean. Very organized as a language, which makes it easier to learn for some.
Ready.
I have unpopular that German is actually nice. It is pretty nice. But it's not. It's a pretty nice language. Yeah. I don't really have languages that I hate per se, so I don't really find that a contentious statement that German is pretty nice.
Luna, careful.
I think the frame rate is not ideal, but you know. I love world building, so tours in German. It is pretty cool. Groiper here. Hello, Groiper. Distract RPG. Wait, does your name imply that you don't like RPGs, or do you like RPGs?
Feel the burn.
Because being a Groiper... Oh, being a Groiper is one thing. Oh my god. Being a Groiper is one thing, but not liking RPGs is a whole different
I'm waiting.
thing. Oh, I should start parrying this person.
Your turn to shine.
Okay, that's good. I can forgive you being a Groiper, but I would not forgive you not liking RPGs. I think you can... I hope now you understand. There are certain things that are just unacceptable. Uh-oh. Oh, I thought I'd parry it.
I'd love a dance.
I just realized my username can be mistaken as an RPG hater. I know! That is unforgivable. I'm so bad at dodging and parrying tonight. Wait, hold on, I dodged the second thing. Whatever, we're gonna beat that mask no matter what. Destruct RPG, please explain what a Groiper is. Okay, I don't have time to explain what a Groiper is. Lucy draws the line and not liking RPGs. I do draw the line there. I can... If you're bad at pairing, you need to play Sekiro. I could. I have that game. I'm considering it. I just don't know if it will work well on this laptop, honestly. It is a pretty fun game. And if you like people failing at games like that, then you will definitely enjoy my playthrough. If you like seeing people fail. And I will deliver. I will deliver a lot of fails in Sekiro. I will entertain you to no end. I typed Groiper on YouTube and Nick Fuentes and Ben Shapiro showed up. I don't think I want to know. You probably don't. Also, if you like what I do, consider throwing a little bit of a donation my way. because I need to afford projects, and I'm going to go to the protest tomorrow because apparently the protest will happen again. You will donate? Oh, thank you. Apparently the protests will continue tomorrow, so I will go, definitely.
Get ready.
Oh.
Let's dance.
No way you believe that. Of course I believe that. I have big trust in my viewers. You are a viewer, so I trust you. I trust you with my life.
Let's go again.
Listen, a little trust goes a long way, Conrad.
Lune, careful.
I'm ready.
We may banter, but at the end of the day, I trust that you are a lovely individual and a good friend. Oh, thank you. Wait, it says weakness, but... Oh, there you go, Terry. Boom! That was good.
It's flowing.
I feel like that was tricky.
Feel the burn.
Uh-oh. That was bad.
I'm ready.
Alright, we've defeated the mask. Bouchard. That is one sad mask. Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, it definitely hurts him.
It's
I think I
just
saw
the
one
thought of
pass.
giving money to streamer is
That's
filling
good.
with great
We're weakening him.
amount of cringe. Listen,
Feels
if that gives you cringe, then imagine that you're giving the money to a journalist to help me with journalist work in Ukraine, if that makes it any better. Which is technically speaking or factually true, because I spend all the money on journalism related projects actually. So it's not a lie. All the money that I get from streaming I spend on trips here and projects related to journalism. I don't spend it on Apple's levels of debauchery or pleasures or mentions like Hassan Piker. Oh, trade. Fight the merchant. Wait, first let's get some healing Let's fight the merchant. With Verso.
Bring it on.
Wait, who are you referring to? Who are you referring to when you're talking about a bug-eyed populist streamer, bug-eating populist streamer? Who is that?
Here we go. Not impressed. Really need it. Not impressed.
Okay, I wanted to parry.
Well. Here we go.
Wait, does he heal?
Not impressed.
The enemy heals? Oh, Asmongold. Maybe he doesn't need them, but he lives among them. True. And dead animals that act as his alarm clocks. That is true. Please consider the fact that Asmongold is the biggest political streamer. And if that does not depress you, then I don't know. Am I about to die?
I've lived through worse.
You have not been through worse, Verso. Don't lie. Alright, I parried this one. Did you see that guy who said on Jubilee that he's a fascist, was fired from work and started GoFundMe and reached 15K? Wait, what? That's what the fuck? I mean, we covered the Jubilee yesterday on stream, but
Here we go.
really? Really? Really, America? Really, America?
Ready to strike. That's better.
I don't even know what to say.
Oh well.
There we go. That's what you get for attacking me.
Here we go. Just try it.
No. I thought I'd parry it perfectly. Oh my god. Thanks for the duel. It has been ages since I've had this much fun. Right. Okay, what did Sadon? Okay. We need to get to the camp and upgrade weapons, honestly. I feel like. We need to get the catalysts. We should redistribute our weapons. Alright, let's see. Okay, this is pretty cool. We have a new weapon. 501. Just, I think we're wearing this now. But this is better. This is far better. Mm-hmm. Even looks cool, doesn't it? Doesn't it look cool? Oh yeah, we got a weapon for this guy. Mm-hmm. Yep. The viewership is cooked. Should have went with Ukraine news. It's okay. But I guess we are democrats here. Yes. Whatever. You know? The real fans stayed. And we're gonna do Ukraine news soon. Just wanna relax a bit. Listen, I should have not streamed to begin with, okay? I don't feel well today. I've been feeling bad all day, dizzy and physically ill. And then I went to the protest and I'm gonna go tomorrow as well. There's gonna be another protest tomorrow at 8 p.m. Good to hear what? That I will go to the protest or that I've not been feeling well? Wait, what? What do you? Why am I making you feel like an enabler? I don't get it. What? Why? I don't understand. I don't get it. Alright. Verso. That's good vitality. Verso has a lot of power. mean you never will? Sure, my English is bad. I meant that it's not good. Oh, alright, I get it. Listen, now you've got a very valid excuse why your English is not good. You're focusing on your French. Yeah. English is just poorly pronounced French anyway. True. That is true. I think about 70% of English vocabulary is of French origin. That is the estimate. Did you know? I bet you didn't know. Because you're fascists. 60%? Yeah, okay. I'll accept that. I'll accept that it's 60. It's a lot though. We can all agree that a lot of English vocabulary is of French origin, which is caused by historical, especially before the 100 Years' War. 100 Years' War, Jesus. Think about it. It is what people nowadays would call a forever war. I did not know that. Yeah, there is a whole. Old English sounds like German. Look up Old English and listen to how it sounds. It will be... Some of it you will recognize, but a lot of it will be unrecognizable to you. After all, English is a Germanic language. It used to sound a lot more like German. The grammar used to be a lot more like German. It got a lot of French influence because there were French rulers in England. And England had owned land on the continent where France is. That land was confiscated and the French rulers were chased away, and that led to war. And I'm giving you a really simplified TLDR of history, but that is how it went. The common folk spoke the more Germanic English, and the nobility spoke the French. I'm of course simplifying a lot, but you know, I'm not telling you complete nonsense. This is what is important. I've actually studied this stuff at university, the history of the English language. So when it comes to the English language, I am your expert. I just am. Just like not so erudite is your expert when it comes to something psychology. Hello, Dexter's Lab reference. Of course, omelette du fromage. Omelette. I'm lost. Another game where I just got lost and cannot find my way. I do love this game though. I love this game a lot. Can you tell that I love this game a lot? Are you able to tell? English is poorly pronounced, closer to 1/3. There's also a movement to speak English without the French words, and it's really funny. It's funny how the show doesn't even get the French right well. That movement is impossible. It is impossible to speak English without the words of like the French origin, unless you want to revert English to Old English, which would be very strange and impossible at this point. English is roughly historically divided into Old English, Middle English, and Modern English. Lucy is trying to buy a 3-story 10-bedroom house in Lviv. Many are saying this. Yeah, if I'm trying to do that, then I don't think I'll be able to do this within this lifetime. That's for sure. Jesus Christ. Yeah, there's a historical reason for the change in the English pronunciation. English used to be pronounced much more like it's written, and then the pronunciation basically changed of the English language, but the spelling of the words did not keep up. It remained written as it used to be pronounced, but, but it used to be pronounced a lot more as it's written. Like, again, I am simplifying, but for example, when you have the word duck, and I'm not sure if I'm using the perfect example, if it's actually true with this particular word, but there's a possibility that it used to be pronounced more like duke or something, as it's written. Not duck, but more like duke. Yeah, I don't own a flat in Kiev. I can't afford to rent an apartment in Kiev. I can afford to beg people to let me crash at their place, which they graciously allow. I can afford that. Listen, if I had a bigger viewership, if I had people donating and locking in, liking the stream, watching the content that I put out, okay? Have you watched the short that I put out? I know Conrad did. Conrad is a real viewer, okay? Conrad is a real fan, even though Conrad's show gives me a lot of sarcasm and stuff. Conrad commented under the short. Okay, I'm not Xander Hall with the milk thing. So me, the one who donates, isn't a real viewer. You are, okay? But you're more than just a viewer. You're also a VIP. But you should also leave a comment under the short. Why am I lost so much? Why am I so lost? Let me see how many views the short has, by the way, while we're at it. It has 59 views. You cannot pay to win your way into being a viewer. Yes, you can. Yes, you definitely can. Oh no, don't say that. Yes, you can. Don't spread misinformation. Of course, you get paid to win your way to being a viewer. don't say that. You heard it here, Fruits. Just stream is pay to win. Yes. But apparently, no one here wants to win, so none of my viewers care about winning, so yeah. Sorry, I gotta go. Unverified accounts says that Lucia invests 4.2 million zlotys in the building on the new stadium in the city of Lviv. Listen, I'm a grinder. Also, my journey through streaming was so bizarre. I started on a potato computer, without a face, without a voice. I chatted with people by typing what I wanted to say in the chat manually. Then I graduated to being a VTuber. Then I graduated from being a VTuber to showing my face. And it all was very gradual. Okay? It all was a process. Not to mention the fact that I also shifted gears when it comes to the topics of the streaming. I lost quite a few viewers for shifting gears on what the content was about. I was the viewer because whatever. You won't get it. You will not understand my plight. Also, no bully, okay? What the hell? What the hell is happening here? Let's solve the bullying. I cannot believe Dr. Johns nor Greater End are here. I feel betrayed by both of them. Am I supposed to be discovering something here? I don't know. How do you? You tell me. My health. What an unoriginal name. What a boring name. Why Lucy has that? Tell me the origin. Oh, why Lucy? Wait, I haven't told you why Lucy has that. It's because someone was pestering me on Final Fantasy 14 to change my name to Lucy. And I was like, okay, fine, I will change my name to Lucy. And you need a surname in Final Fantasy 14, so I just typed in a random word. and that word was Haza. That is the actual real origin of Lucy Haza. Believe it or not. Final Fantasy 14. Yes, I am serious. I am quite serious. Hold on. Don't distract me, I'm lost. I don't want to be rude, but trans people pick terrible name. What's wrong with Lucy? What sort of name would you pick? If you're so good, if you're so smart. Wow. Okay. What would be better than Lucy? Lucy's a very nice name. You're being very judgmental. What sort of name would you choose? Edvarda? Which is unfortunately a real name for women. My condolences for all the Edvardas in the world. I never said your name was terrible though. Oh, okay, thank you. Edvarda is a horrible name though. I do fear. I like Laura. It's okay. I do feel sorry for all the women that have been named Edvarda. There's one other, apart from Edvarda, there's one other name that I feel very sorry for all the women that have been named it. I think I am sorry for all the... There was one other name that was just basically a transformed guy's name that I felt really sorry for people having. But I just cannot recall it right now. There's Edvarda, and then there's... What? I can't even read this. Okay, I got stuck. And I have no clue where to go. I got eaten by the face once and I don't know where to go now. Gunda, oh yeah. Konrada, I think that's a name that actually exists. Konrada. Jesus. Why would you do this to your child? Yeah? You don't think it does? I'm gonna check. Edvarda is horrible. Michalina is on the brink for me of being horrible. Konrada. Imię żeńskie. Googlenie. Yep. Yeah, Konrada is an actual name. Tak, istnieje żeński odpowiednik imienia Konrad. Jest to imię Konrada. Imię to żeńsko for... Oh, Jesus Christ. Why would you punish your child by naming them Konrada? Niczko Worzła. I have... What is that? Can I get a 5-star deck on my next pool? What about Simon? Simon is okay. Also, if you like my politics and my everything, then consider donating. Okay, we're gonna finish playing games soon. I have to do the segment. Okay, I have to do the Ukraine segment. I returned from the protests, and now I have to talk about it. But it's also a gay name. Yeah, but it sounds nice. And some just what? I don't like that name that are like Victor, where they have the superior and more popular equivalent in the other gender, like Victor. Victoria is okay. Okay, Victoria is okay. Victoria sounds still fine. Nichko vor zła. That's not a word. That's just gibberish. I'm sorry, Shakespeare. It's just gibberish. I'm sorry to report. I'm sorry to be that person. But that's just letters put together. Shakespeare is not a mister. Okay, we'll have to get unstuck because this is getting ridiculous. We have to find a face to fight. The one I know of is, well, the one you know of is, first of all, dead, and second of all, might not have even existed. Oh, there you go. We have unstuck ourselves. Okay, now we are unstuck, thank God. Okay, we're gonna save. You're so smart, bravo. I know I'm smart. People do like me being smart. Oh. Are you smart?
Masks feel ominous.
Are you as smart as me? But you're not as smart as me. Ominous masks. What the hell are you? I would have traded my years for this. His wife was cut short. His life was cut short. He had so much more to do, to experience. His senses wore. Why? What end? Lives shattered. For what? He was innocent. Innocent. It was the folly of his elders, but he paid the price for our hubris. I would have traded my years for this. What are you talking about? This place, this accent, they're all part of his story. The man has gone silent. The game has a very good soundtrack, I think. Why doesn't the Manson voter visit the streams anymore? A shame. I know. A traitor.
Monoko, what does that mean? He who guards truth with lies?
Exactly what it sounds like.
Guard as in protect? Or guard as in control?
Yes.
Will she put it on?
I think you pissed him off.
I think he was angry from the get-go. I have ADHD. Does that answer your question?
Finesse and grace.
Accept my embrace. Oh my gosh.
I'll manage.
You won't. What did you say? Because the game was loud. I said I've got ADHD.
I'm ready.
Brace yourselves!
The frame rate is not good. It's not good for dodging. Or parrying. I'm not even gonna try to parry.
On me.
Also,
My turn.
for all you know, I could be playing this game on a separate save alone and immerse. Because you can play this game on separate saves.
Here we go.
Feel the burn. Brace yourself.
Alright. A bit. A bit, yeah. But I also don't have a lot of time. That also answers why I play a lot of games on stream.
Let's go the path.
From fire, maybe. That's a weakness. Something's happening.
People want so badly to know what's behind the mask. Front, back, recto, verso. Great art is both window and mirror. Whether it's your mask or theirs.
Harmless, huh?
He's the real Axon.
Child, we all need masks, but how you use them.
Merde.
Of course. That was too easy. Of course, that was too easy to be true. You do your nipple, baby. Uh-huh.
aroma is flowing. Careful, my own.
Not looking good.
Brace yourselves.
Oh my god. I feel well, you will miss out on the segment about Ukraine and you'll be sad.
Don't die next time.
Also, my most active viewer is Dr. Johns when he is here.
Feel the burn.
Not looking good.
A storm is coming.
I think he has worked and done.
Ready to evade.
Here we go.
Time to hit the beat. Please survive.
I should have parried this. I swear to God, I should have parried this. Yeah, sure, just ignore me. You're not the most active viewer, Faye Calical Parker. You cannot say that you're the most active viewer. Oh, that was easy actually. Round 2.
We did it.
You probably didn't.
No, wait.
We all need masks.
This mask can't hurt me. Because it is me.
Hmm.
You okay? What happened?
Axon down. Let's bring this to the curator.
Vice versa, wasn't it? Renoir.
What are the important newspapers for you? Now I want to know. Hello, Maya Maya. I want to know what you consider important newspapers and sources.
Is it you again? Why?
Well,
What did you see this time?
I don't know. Oh, a woman. It was. Why do I keep seeing things? Who are you?
Hmm. Is this a sword? Yeah, it does look like one. Alright, after the camp, we're going to. You can now face the patriots of the monolith. It is a weapon. Who would have guessed it's a weapon for Mael? Okay, let's see. I'm wearing this. Barrier breaker is. Ooh. Oh, it's actually not that great. Element is this. Steel shields removed by hitting enemies. First to reverse by breaking any shield. Okay, that's actually pretty cool. Why not? Okay, we have to upgrade. We have to go to the cave and upgrade. Don't we? And then we're gonna do the segment. Mm, mm, I think the cinematics may change depending on what weapons you have. Like, I don't think it's difficult to insert different weapons into the same cutscene. Like, they've done stuff like that in Metal Gear Solid 2 on the PlayStation 2. That if you wore a different outfit, it did reflect the cutscenes. I'm gonna go get food. Oh wow. Why do I call myself? Have you just noticed that, Paul? Now, listen. Not being nice to myself is my whole thing. Also, welcome to the stream. It's my whole shtick, not being nice to myself. Welcome. I am glad you're here. You're here for the best parts of this game, and then we're gonna do the segment about Ukraine. You're here for this French game. I should be playing it in French just for you, but you know, whatever. Look at this. We're gonna talk to this funny chap.
I'm sorry.
Me too.
Did you know sorry was my first rock?
Really?
Francois was super jealous, but he got one from Clea instead.
Wait. Francois has his own set of rocks. Why does he keep stealing yours then?
Because we're buddies. Francois is so fun.
Wow. Oh, no. I think that's preordained. Only Mael gets the weapon. That's preordained by the story, because Mael is a special character. We don't know in what way yet, but yeah. Oh, I guess I don't have a private time with this character now.
You're finally here.
We are.
You ready?
Yeah.
Do you want to spend time with Monok? Of course I want to spend time. What do you mean? Why is that even a question?
I'm bored. Let's play cards or throw some dice.
Nuh-uh. You always cheat.
No, I always win. Only the weak cry foul when their skills fail them.
The other Jestrels never want to play with you either. Are they all weak?
Poor losers. Fine. How about a duel? We haven't had a proper duel in ages. Yes, a duel will be even more fun. Get our blood flowing.
Alright, get ready to lose.
Right? Get ready to lose.
Am I actually gonna fight him now, or is this just a cutscene? I am going to actually fight him. Oh my god. You're kidding.
Bring it on.
You have got to be fucking kidding me. Wait, is this a game over?
Once again, I am victorious.
Okay, I was low HP.
Yeah, you walking hairball.
Verso, ever gracious in defeat. Rematch.
Yes.
Right? Get ready to...
Why am I... Jesus, why am I at minimum HP? That's better, okay? Estelle just was not here.
Didn't really need it.
I did need it. Shut up. I super needed it. Actually.
Here we go.
Why does he have so much HP?
Last ditch effort.
Uh-oh.
Oh well.
Oh my god. I'm here, why? We were very quiet.
Ha!
Okay, one more
Yes, sir.
rematch.
All right.
I hate this. And I keep starting at 170.
I'll manage. Bring it on.
Oh my god.
Ha!
Yeah.
It is a good soundtrack, yeah.
Yes, sir. All
I'm
right.
gonna do this until I win. Okay? I'm stubborn. The
Not
The frame
impressed.
rate is not very good.
My turn. Here we go. Oh well. Not impressed. Ready to strike.
Ugh.
Not impressed. Not impressed.
Oh no.
I'll manage. Bring it on.
Oh my god.
I'll manage. Good stuff.
Okay, I always miss a few.
Ready to strike. Really need it. My turn. Here we go.
I'm not happy with myself.
My turn. Good stuff. Oh well. Let's carve a path.
Let's carve a path from fire.
Bring it on. My turn.
I only win because this guy allows me infinite rematches.
Really need it. Bring it on.
With what? What do you agree with?
Light shines. Bring it
Oh,
on. My turn. Horrendous lie. Didn't really mean it. Just try it.
there we go. We won. That's what I'm talking about. After many retries, we did it.
Aha! You, sir, have been defeated.
You got lucky.
What was it you said? Only the weak cry foul when their skills fail them.
You're right. Or I guess I'm right, since I said that. You have grown more formidable than I remembered. Your skills are strong. I respect your win.
And I respect your loss. You were right, old friend. That was fun.
I respect your loss. That was horrible. Or I guess I'm right, since I said it.
Come on, let's go get a drink. I'm parched.
It's their own special way of displaying affection. Relationship level increased to 4. But did we protest? Corruption. I'm gonna do a whole bit about it after I finish playing this game. Also, it's people in Kiev that were protesting corruption.
Still thinking about what you saw?
I wish Gustav was here.
I wish Gustav was here as well. Damn. Damn, I'm thinking the same thing. Oh well. Happens.
You okay?
Yeah,
What's wrong?
nothing. Just thinking about Gustav. And Lucien. And everyone. Every time I think I've managed to contain it, a wave comes out of nowhere and drags me away.
I know.
How do you do it? After all these years?
They say time heals all wounds.
Does it?
But I guess death heals all wounds too. Bad joke. Sorry. Death is not necessarily final.
What does that mean?
Gustav lives on in other ways, right? Through your memories, through his influence on your life and everyone else's, through the Lumina converter and his research.
Yeah, that's true, but that's not very comforting when I'm missing him.
Try talking to him. I'm serious. It helps. Or at least, it helps me. I imagine what they would say. How they would react to things. It helps me keep them alive in my mind.
I'll try that.
Mel is skeptical about Versa's advice. She's not in the mood to talk, but also does not wish to be alone. Versa understands. He sits with her in silence. Mel appreciates the silence they share. Interesting.
I can't believe we're this close.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ciel was right about you.
Oh. Actually, I should thank you. I wouldn't have got this far on my own.
Tomorrow comes.
Working on the 33's journal. You planning to die anytime soon?
Well, you never know what tomorrow brings. Not to you, but to us.
Do you always take such copious notes?
Since I was 4.
Really? 4?
That's what happens when you have obsessive researchers for parents.
Still, 4 is young.
Not anymore. Not when you only live to 32. Everyone in Lumiere starts their apprenticeship at 6, and I was apprenticed to my parents, so they started me early.
I guess that's nice. They got to spend more time with you.
They needed a research assistant who never went home. The obvious solution? Birth your own. Look at you, getting me to talk about myself.
See, that's how you ask.
See? That's how you ask questions. My parents were both artists. Widely respected, very prominent artists. So, there was a great deal of pressure to follow in their path.
You're an artist, then?
Not the kind they wanted me to be.
Meaning?
Music is my passion.
Huh.
Maybe.
Mine too.
What do you play?
Guitar. You?
Piano, mostly. But a little guitar as well. You know how to summon an instrument from Pictos, right? Of course you do. Great. Let's start a band.
Expedition 33, the band. I like that.
We've got a very rich relationship.
You seem preoccupied.
It's nothing. Just nerves. It's been a long road to get here.
Extra long for you, I imagine.
You, on the other hand, seem quite relaxed.
Do I?
You do.
You're not nervous?
Of course I am. But we will do everything in our power. And either it will be enough, or it won't.
You're always so calm about everything.
Is that a question?
An observation. Lune's intense and obsessed. Mael is nervous and eager, but you're calm.
Why is that strange? I guess Death and I, we've walked a long road together.
What does that mean?
Death is a friend who will welcome me home.
Friend's not the word I choose.
Life is easier when you think of death as a friend.
Is it? Or are you just dressing it up to manage your fear?
Does it matter? How you view things is up to you. Life continues either way.
It's an interesting philosophy. For someone so young.
True. I'm not quite as old as you. Why don't you share some of the wisdom you've accumulated over your very long life?
I am indeed very wise. I'm about 3 times your age, so I'm pretty much 3 times as wise.
Yes. You must have many pearls to offer.
Sadly, no pearls. All I can offer is another story.
I'm not really in the mood for stories tonight.
Oh. And here I had prepared something truly dark and heart-wrenching.
Save it for tomorrow. Let's do something else tonight.
What do you have in mind?
That depends. How adventurous are you feeling?
You mean like hunt Nevrons? What?
I'm waiting for you to connect the dots.
Oh, you mean, adventure.
You've been alone too long on this continent. When was the last time you seduced someone?
Wow.
Not counting Manoka.
They want a cheeky bone?
I'll admit it's been a while.
So?
Do you even need to ask?
Well, well, well. No. Perth and Seal spend some time together, away from the others. Perth and Seal became a bit more than friends. Wow. A bit more. God, it's cute. Seal feels inspired. There you go. Through text, we've unlocked Doom. Because sex leads to doom, as we all know. Yeah, he is. So he has more experience in the art of lovemaking. Okay. Now let's write in the diary. Mael finds a spot where she can write. She spends some time writing in Gustav's journal to honor his memory. She writes about how they can now enter the monoliths and they should finally understand everything. Mael immerses herself in Gustav's journal, poring over every detail. She will forever cherish his memory. The memories of Gustav inspire Mael. Oh, She hopes Gustav's apprentices will read this journey somewhere. This is a very nice skill. I'm gonna select it. Hold on. I'm gonna select the skill Gustav's homage. Homage. What should I remove? Alright. We're doing segments now. That is what you've all been waiting for. But first, we have to do a fight. Oh, let's see.
We've done it.
We're really going to face the paintress.
And finally break this cycle.
That being said, someone here has been hiding a terrible secret from us.
What are you talking about?
You thought we'd never find out, didn't you? Nobody ever wondered what Esquier was made of, did they? Well, Esquier and I had a chat.
I'm sorry, Versman. She promised me sweet
What?
rocks.
Is that wine?
I stored my personal stash inside it. All excellent vintages. I don't normally share, but I suppose tonight deserves an exception.
What the hell? What the hell?
I told you to stop drinking alone.
That is very bizarre. That is weird.
To your great generosity.
I don't know how you can like this.
This is peak French game.
It comes with age.
Do you have apple juice?
Yeah, I'll leave you to it. My beautiful sister doesn't need this ugly mask.
You embrace her, yet condemning her to die.
You brought him here?
I'm not here to fight. But my son, do you know what it means to disappear into nothingness? Have you thought through the consequences? Not just for you, or even me, but for them. Their memories, their dreams, their love for each other. Who really is the one painting death, and who paints life instead? We exist and we will exist for as long as she wants. You want to spoil what we've been given. Sometimes we paint the bars of our own prison. Your despair blinds you. You think you're ready to pay the price. But are you willing to let them pay the price for you?
May everything be decided before their very eyes. Between the bars of their prison. In the shadow of the monolith.
In the shadow of the monolith.
Everything will become clear the next time we play, because now we're gonna do the segment about politics. Mm. Take a shower, Verso. Alright, we ready for a segment, or what? Tell me in the chat if you're ready for...
Wow. I drank too much last night.
I can't remember a thing.
You clean me out, mes amis.
Wow, that sounds so
You
wrong.
bunch of drunks.
You cleaned me out sounds so wrong. I don't even know what to say. Where's the objective? Here is the objective, the monolith. You're saying if you're ready for Ukraine content? Yes. I am asking you that.
Time for swim swim.
I want to do a fight and try the new attack. So are you ready? Brew, brew, brew. Swim, swim. I'm not invested in any way in this game. Why not? Also, what does this have to do with my question? So of course you're not invested. You're seeing like the end of it. Okay, what does that have to do with my question? Oh, I hate it when I ask a question and people just tell me their thoughts on something completely unrelated. If you're ready for the Ukraine content. Let's do a fight before we. This is a good RPG. Gustav Homage.
I'll do it. Ready to evade.
Coming.
I was not ready to evade. So well, that was July, right? I'm waiting for anything. Okay. Sorry, I had to do some planning. Did you know that my mom attended a special event, the March of Memory? There was a ghetto-related event, and my mom, it was related to the musicians of the ghetto. My mom got souvenirs, notes, and stuff. It was a very interesting thing. Gals, no, we want to.
Romance flowing. Let's keep going.
Yes, in Warsaw, yeah. My mom's actually a very active person. She goes to events, marches, and where there are protests, she always attends all of the protests. When there were anti-law and justice protests in defense of democracy, she attended all of them. Yes. I mean, she has been in the anti-government opposition. Let's not forget. She's been very active politically. Oh no, my mom as well. My mom has a special badge of a, how do you call it, oppositionist. I think my mom got a medal as well. Oh yeah, she did. She was participating. My family is very political. Extremely political. My mom sometimes calls me to be like, hey, have you heard about what happened with Zelensky and Ukraine and Putin and yeah, people do care. Good to see people caring about democracy in general. Like what I've noticed in Ukraine today. Does she watch stream? Of course not. She doesn't speak English for one. She speaks French and Italian, but she does not speak English. And Russian. She does, of course, also speak Russian. Yes. You would be able to communicate with my mom. Although she got a little bit rusty in French, but you should be able to communicate. Okay, let's see. What shall we start with? We'll draw a whole timeline. Point of no return. Ukraine's democracy under threat. His new bill guts anti-corruption efforts. It's a very, very intense story, so we'll take it step by step, shall we? Also, let's check if Carl Parker is working on the new segment. Let's do an audit. Let's do a little bit of an audit on Carl Parker, shall we? Do you think it's a good idea? No, we don't have a new segment. Wow. That's disappointing, but whatever. My life is disappointment. Isn't that right, viewers? Isn't that right, my lovely viewers? Audit? It's okay. Yeah, I've already did it off screen. I did an audit on fake Alec Carl Parker, and fake Alec Carl Parker has absolutely failed the audit, so I'm disappointed. Hold on, let me DM. No segment with a sad emote to guilt him, to elicit a feeling of guilt. Isn't that right? The best way to trip people is to guilt trip people. That is the best type of trip. Also, now is the time to raid me. Now is the time to raid me with all the people, all the tankies, okay? Now is the time for all the magical tankies to raid me. If there ever was a time. Someone Clipper saying and sad emoji to guilt him. I mean, I'm being honest. I'm being a candid person. Hi, can you take my country out of your tags? Thanks. Which country? Also, hello, Cormac234. Which tags? What are you talking about? I have no clue what that means. Can you take my country out of your tags? I don't even know which country they are referring to. My country. Okay, thanks. That tells me everything that I need to know. I'm not even using any tags for the stream. I have no clue what that's supposed to mean. Let him be. The pause what made it really funny. Maybe. No. It seems they're gone. Okay, let's start this. Let's get this show on the road. Point of no return. Ukraine's democracy under threat. As new bill guts anti-corruption efforts. Unfortunately, this story is not developing in a very positive direction, but you know. All right. Editor's note: this article has been updated to reflect the fact Zelensky signed the bill into law on the evening of July 22nd, as shown on the Parliament's website. And also, by the way, this has been the whole point of the protest. The protesters have been demanding that Zelensky does not sign the bill, so the protests have been completely and utterly ignored, just so we are clear on that little factoid. Dark times ahead, peak of corruption, point of no return. Those are basically things that the Kyiv Independent has been warning about for a few days now. I've had conversation about this with people here, and things are not looking super great on this front. But okay, I'll get to it when I get to it. It is a complicated issue, after all. Ukrainian society sounded a code red for the country's democracy on July 22nd, as the final votes were tallied on a bill in Ukraine's parliament that strips independence from anti-corruption bodies. In other words, independent anti-corruption organizations that are supposed to keep tabs on the government when it comes to corruption. And the problem lies with the fact that the organization that is supposed to keep tabs on the government is now being directly under the jurisdiction of the government. And I think you understand the problem. I don't think I have to go into it any deeper. I think you all know why it's a problem that the organization that is supposed to audit the government is now under the direct control of said government. Many describe the new legislative changes as gutting a decade of hard-fought reforms and reverting. Many describe the new legislative changes as gutting a decade of hard-fought reforms and reverting to the notorious era of high corruption under former President Viktor Yanukovych. I think it is a little bit premature to say that, but things are not well. It is not well that the government has decided to render these organizations worthless. Apparently, there have been foul actors within the organizations. The organizations themselves have apparently been compromised. They had Russian spies and Russian affiliated people in them, but the problem is that if you have Russian affiliated people or /spies in an organization, you get rid of the people, okay? You get rid of the specific people, not gut an entire organization. So that is definitely, it feels like just an opportunity to get rid of those organizations, which, as you may imagine, I am not the biggest fan of, and neither are people of Ukraine. So, hard-fought reforms, reverting to the notorious era of high corruption under former President Viktor Yanukovych that sparked the deadly Euromaidan protests in 2013-2014. And that is exactly true. You can still read the testimonies of people that describe how furious they were, how much of seething anger against the government they had during that era of the end of 2013. There was a man that described his mom being ill and in the hospital and impossible bills being imposed on him in bribes. People being forced to close their businesses because they could not afford to pay off the militia people to pay them bribes. It was a very, very different time. Ukraine has gone a long way to combat corruption. You cannot even fathom how far Ukraine has come if you don't know how bad the situation was even in 2013 and 14 compared to now. Since then, major anti-corruption reforms have been implemented. Oh, and of course, the country being in a state of corruption was very beneficial for Russia. I don't think that needs to be said. I don't think it needs saying that instability within the country was very much to the benefit of Russian control, which it exerted at that time via Yanukovych, for example. Since then, a major anti-corruption reforms have been implemented as part of the country's efforts to integrate with Europe, including in response to requirements by the International Monetary Fund and the European Union. Some feared that the new bill could jeopardize the country's ties to the West and crucial financial support. And yes, this move by the Ukrainian government to butcher those organizations, I will just say butcher, have raised alarms in the European Union. That is also a factor that also might actually jeopardize or really put it might be an obstacle to Ukraine joining the European Union. I'm not going to pretend that it's not a possibility. So yeah. Yes. It might jeopardize the country's ties to the West and crucial financial support. Everything is now being rolled back. Svetlana Matvienko, executive director of the Ukrainian nonprofit agency for legislative initiatives, told the Kyiv Independent shortly after the bill passed. These tactics aren't new in Ukraine's history. They echo the Prosecutor General's office under Yanukovych, when a single official could determine the outcome of any case, and the prosecutional system serves political interests rather than justice. The new legislation gives the Prosecutor General powerful authority over the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine, NABU, which NABU apparently was compromised, and that is the excuse used for giving that huge authority was that there were many bad actors within NABU, but that is not the way to fix a problem, okay? It feels more like just a pathway to do something more nefarious than fixing the problem. This looks bad internally, this looks bad externally. This is just a very bad situation all around. I'm not gonna mince words here. The new legislation gives the Prosecutor General powerful authority, we've already read that, and the Specialized Anti-Corruption Prosecutor's Office, STAPO. NABU is responsible for investigating and building major corruption cases, which are then prosecuted by STAPO, Both bodies were set up in the wake of the Euromaidan movement, with the cooperation of international partners, and are designed to operate beyond the influence of political interference. Well, that has changed. That has changed drastically. What does Zelensky say about it? He signed it. That was the whole tension. That was the whole point of the protests. The bill passed the Verkhovna Rada, and the ball was in Zelensky's court, basically. He had the opportunity to veto it, but he did not. He signed it. So the bill will come into play. That is basically what will happen. It's something the European Union cannot afford to ignore, and it will impact how Ukraine is perceived, including our prospects for integration. Yeah, that is a big factor. It was a big factor for Poland as well when it was trying to get into the European Union. So definitely it is something that will hamper the efforts to join. And it will give ammunition also to opponents of Ukraine, such as Hungary and Slovakia, to say, see, it is a very corrupt country. It is a country that perpetuates corruption. We cannot let them in, which will be ironic coming from Hungary, but they will still say it. So Orban will say it. Under the new law, the Prosecutor General, who is appointed by the President, has the ability to access and reassign case files, issue binding instructions to investigators, and unilaterally close cases, among other powers, which is crazy. Imagine if the organization has a case against the government, and the government basically says, oh yeah, we're closing this case against us. I think you can imagine why that would be a problem, right? If the government can just shut down cases against itself. This isn't just a concern. It's a fundamental shift that strikes at the heart of democracy. Inna Sovsun, a lawmaker from the Holos opposition party, told the Kyiv Independent, it's something the EU can't afford to ignore, and it will impact how Ukraine is perceived, including our prospects for reintegration. The bill was passed with the support of 263 lawmakers, with 13 members voting against the bill and 13 abstaining. The bill then headed to Zelensky's desk, where he signed it. The moves come a day after the European Union and the G7 expressed concerns over Ukraine's security service carrying out more than 70 searches of locations linked to Nabu, moves that were criticized by civil society activists as an attempt to intimidate and dismantle anti-corruption efforts, although there were apparently some legitimate concerns over the organizations being compromised. That is something that is being claimed, although I cannot speak to the validity of those claims. And even if those claims were legitimate, the solution to the problem would not be to gut the organizations themselves. The Kyiv Independent reached out to various figures in Ukrainian society to understand how they see this law and what it means for their country's future. Yaroslav Hristak, historian, I may exaggerate, but this decision can amount to a coup d'etat, not in terms of change of power, but in terms of how the principles of power should operate. A sound state cherishes independence of its institutions. This one curtails it. This power is sick, and it reveals its sickness at the most crucial moment of the war. It is dangerous, it is depressing, it is suicidal. Volodymyr Ariev, lawmaker for the European Solidarity Opposition Party. I see Zelensky and his team don't give a flying fuck about Ukraine's European integration. This vote is a U-turn to the model of Ruski Mir, Russian world, and a threat to all achievements in pro-EU reforms. Independence of both bodies is the key to our European Union membership, and it was just broken. By the way, among the things that the protesters were chanting today at the protest, and I am going to attend the protest again tomorrow, was "We are Ukraine, we are not Russia." This is Ukraine, this is not Russia, was among the chants. Senior surgeon with the 38th Marine Brigade deployed in the Pokrovsk sector. Like, basically all members of society are angry about this move. Civilians, soldiers, what have you, they are all angry about this. If Zelensky signs it, I think we will lose global support as such. The destruction of the controlling body of the corruption component is needed only to steal with impunity. No one will support such a country. Unfortunate. So as you can see, this is quite a serious situation and could have really serious repercussions. An employee within SAPO, whose name was withheld as they are not authorized to speak publicly. The anti-corruption system after the Revolution of Dignity has not yet encountered such a reversal of reform. Many experts will agree that dark times await us all. Many of Ukraine's reform commitments relate to the fight against corruption, and the reversal of reforms threatens the Western path of the state. But we are optimistically forward-looking. No one is going to back down from the mission. We rely on and are guided only by facts. Very good. Very good. Have to be looking forward, have to be looking towards solution to this, because giving up is not an option. Ukraine cannot go backwards. The threat is extraordinary, events are happening quickly, and are causing concern. We are discussing it. What will happen next, we will see. Well, there are protests. There are protests happening in Kyiv as we speak, and there will be protests again tomorrow. Yep, definitely. But keep in mind, Ukraine, I think it is very good that people of Ukraine do not just want the war to end on good terms. People of Ukraine also want Ukraine itself to emerge from all these events as a healthy democracy, which is a good sign. Do you not think? Anastasia Radina, chairperson of Parliament's Anti-Corruption Committee and member of Zelensky's Servant of the People Party. The threat has already been fulfilled. The building is not just on fire, it's burned to embers already. It is important to understand that NABU and SAP are not just some abbreviations. They are not just some law enforcement agency in Ukraine. These are the bodies that were created from scratch as a response to the Revolution of Dignity in order to entrust the fight against corruption to a new separate body, untainted by old corruption practices. It is a terrible shame. Yaroslav Yurchyshin, a member of parliament from the Holos opposition party. This will finally destroy the independence of the anti-corruption infrastructure. The Prosecutor General, 100% the President's man, will decide who and what cases will be investigated, who and how will provide procedural support from the Prosecutor's Office. Therefore, we should expect the closure of a number of high-profile cases, such as the Chernysov case, which we'll take a look at right now. Anti-corruption agencies seek Ukrainian Deputy Prime Minister's suspension amid land grab case. There you go. Sergei Fursa, an expert with Dragon Capital, a leading Ukrainian investment bank. After what happened, we can expect anything because indeed the Ukrainian authorities have thus crossed all possible red lines, violating all obligations undertaken within the framework of cooperation with the International Monetary Fund, with the European Union, within the framework of European integration, and even violating the conditions of madness. Because now, after this, nothing is impossible. After this, and this creates very significant risks for the country. Hello, Polish Saitama. I have no clue what your comment has to do with anything, actually. I have no clue what that has to do with the protests in Kyiv, with Verkhovna Rada passing the bill that I'm talking about and Zelensky signing it, and the repercussions of the bill. Yuri Nikolov, investigative journalist, founder of Nashi Horoshi, Our Money. In my eyes, we've gone back to the times of Yanukovych, which I always considered the peak of corruption in Ukraine. I think it's premature to say that. Like, we don't know what will happen. Like, we honestly do not know what will happen now. There is a possibility that things will move to a positive direction and these organizations will simply be replaced with something else because they were compromised or something. But I am not holding my breath, but I also am not pretending to know exactly what will happen. I'm not pretending to know if the protest, for example, will have any effect or not, and what the government will decide to do moving forward. Like, I can speculate, but I cannot say that I know. Nabu hunted for the top officials for the biggest corruption years, not for the heads of some regional courts or what have you. And the results of their activity became, I think, what we are holding on to today. If Nabu is rendered ineffective, there will be anti-corruption activity, but what will remain is anti-corruption activity against low-level people. Top corruption years will be able to get away with anything, and for everyone else, the law, and moreover the law, in selective application. Slitvana Matvienko. Everything is now being rolled back. These tactics are new in Ukraine's history. They echo the Prosecutor General's office under Yanukovych, when a single official could determine the outcome of any case, and the prosecutional system served political interests rather than justice. This draft law risks slowing Ukraine's EU accession talks and jeopardizing critical financial aid. More importantly, it marks a potential point of no return, both for prosecution reform and for the broader structure of the rule of law in Ukraine. Today, the country has lost not its anti-corruption Also, don't just suspend new viewers. Today, the country has lost not just anti-corruption institutions, but also the trust it has painstakingly built since 2014. This is happening now because July is a difficult month for public administration. People are tired. International partners are on vacation. It's the perfect time for radical decisions that have been simmering for a while. Ihor Lachenkov. We're gonna see a lot of opinions, okay? But I think that's good. I think it's good that you're seeing a lot of different opinions. I think it's painting a picture. Today, the Verkhovna Rada voted for the law that effectively destroys the independence of Nabu and Sapo. This is absolutely unacceptable in our time, We're moving toward the EU, and Ukraine has worked on these institutions for years. That we see that as soon as these institutions started targeting people close to the president, they were immediately attacked. This threatens to bring about full manual control over the cases and protection of a certain circle of people. There will be selective justice. Some media scoundrels will be jailed, but friends or powerful people won't. Daria Kalenyuk, Executive Director of the Anti-Corruption Action Center. It is the demolition of independent anti-corruption institutions which we've been building for the last 10 years since the Revolution of Dignity, and it's reinstating the Prosecutor General's full control over all the top proceedings of high-level corruption. Since 2014, we've been building instruments and tools to make sure that the Prosecutor General is not able to control these proceedings. This is how the Specialized Corruption Prosecution was created. And now the Prosecutor General can order NABU and SAPO which cases to investigate, which cases to stop, and what to do in proceedings, which is, I think, I don't have to explain again why this is just unacceptable, right? Irina Fries, a lawmaker from the European Solidarity Opposition Party. This is a terrible strategic mistake in passing this law. I'm 100% convinced this does not contribute to our European integration. There is only one way to prevent the adopted bill from coming into force: a presidential veto. That ship has sailed. Zelensky has already signed the bill. Like, when these testimonies have been gathered, Zelensky still had the opportunity to veto the bill. He did not do so. He signed it, which will definitely affect tomorrow's protest, I assume. But I doubt he will impose a veto on this bill, considering that all the coordination of what happened today and around this bill in the hall was from the president's office. See, people are saying that Zelensky is not some innocent bystander, that he was a very active participant of events. Therefore, unfortunately, I do not delude myself with illusions that President Zelensky is capable of adequately assessing the risks from such a step for his directly image career, for his directly image career, and including historical one. So there we have it. This is what's happening. This is the situation. We will read a bit of a different article now, but I am worried. I am worried about what's going to happen. I am worried about this sudden move that has been at a time like this, when this is the crucial part of the war. Russia has been ramping up attacks against Ukraine. Support is not guaranteed by any means. Trump has been making some shifts towards supporting Ukraine, but that's never guaranteed. And now this happens. We are having protests throughout the country. Things are not good. Things are not good. I do like the fact that Ukrainian society does not accept things like this, does not accept rolling back on corruption, but this is a very bad time for something like this to happen. This is a time when everyone should be united against the single enemy, which is Russia. It is a time when unification is very important, and a thing like this destroys unification. It destroys the people's trust in the government. It just destabilizes Ukraine. And during a crucial time of the war, destabilize Ukraine is just not acceptable. Yes, that is true. I will attend tomorrow's protest, and I filmed it with the phone today. Tomorrow I will take my camera and film. Alright, let's see. Veto the law, protests held across Ukraine after parliament passes bill weakening anti-corruption institutions. So that is the protest that I have attended. Don't push the cringe. There were many protesters. People shouted things like Haniba, which means disgrace. People shouted things like this is Ukraine, this is not Russia. People were hoping that Zelensky would veto the bill, that Zelensky would listen to the protesters, and that the bill will not come to pass. Unfortunately, that has not happened. The protesters' voices have been completely ignored. And the bill has been signed by Zelensky. Hello, Greater. It is very nice to see you here as always. I am always very happy to see you. Napping is good. I've not been feeling very well today. I've been feeling very unwell physically. Quite unwell. But I still went to a protest, so I guess I still have it in me to go and observe people protesting. The dismantling of key safeguards protecting Naboo's independence is a serious step back, Kos wrote on X. Independent bodies like Naboo and SAPO are essential for Ukraine's EU path. Rule of law remains in the very center of EU's accession negotiations, and I know that because Poland has went through that path and Poland had to fight its corruption. The changes would amount to the destruction of Naboo and SAPO's independence and practically subordinate their activities to the prosecutors general. Ukraine's anti-corruption infrastructure built since 2015 will be destroyed, the agency added. Editorial. Zelensky is one signature away from betraying Ukraine's democracy. That ship has sailed, so we are now going to the editorial. Zelensky just betrayed Ukraine's democracy and everyone fighting for it. Last week we warned of coming anti-democratic backslide. Now we see it happening. And I really hope that this whole thing will somehow reverse in a better direction because things are really not well. Whatever, it's an engagement, Estelle. Listen, I'm a very small streamer. So any person that is here and boosts engagement is, just like whatever. They haven't thrown any slurs yet, so. A parliamentary vote led by President Volodymyr Zelensky's lawmakers today took away the independence of Ukraine's key anti-corruption bodies, the National Anti-Corruption Bureau, NABU, and Special Anti-Corruption Prosecutor's Office, SAPO. Zelensky signed it into law the same day. Under the new law, the Prosecutor General, a notoriously non-independent figure, will now oversee anti-corruption investigations in a complete overturn of the system that was set up to be independent from other law enforcement bodies. In reality, it means that Zelensky's office will be able to stop investigations with a phone call. The move isn't an isolated incident, but a part of a massive crackdown. The vote in Parliament followed an unprecedented wave of raids on dozens of NABU officers' homes the day before, where pretexts for searches ranged from drug trafficking accusations to car accidents from 4 years ago. Okay, that's just far-fetched. The NABU chief said Some searches got violent. A local media outlet reported that officers forced open an Abu detective's eyes to unlock his phone, set on face recognition. It also closely follows an escalated prosecution of Ukraine's best-known anti-corruption activist, an outspoken critic of Zelensky. This crackdown is being carried out by law enforcement agencies, lawmakers, and people controlled by President Zelensky. There is no second guessing who is responsible for this. President Zelensky is making a choice to undermine Ukrainian democratic institutions in pursuit of expanding his personal power, which is also something that was a fear for a while now, but this could have very negative repercussions for Ukraine. And Ukrainian people are very well aware of it, which is why they're out there on the streets protesting right now. A protest that I have attended for a brief time. If I had any sort of press credentials with me on me, I would have stayed. I would have stayed through the night. But unfortunately, I'm just a foreigner without any credentials right now. So the smart move was for me to come home for tonight. But I will attend the protest tomorrow. Why do it now? The attacked anti-corruption agencies have been a nuisance for the political elite, as they should be. They have investigated Zelensky's party's lawmakers and the president's close associates, but just weeks ago, they went after his personal friend, then Deputy Prime Minister Alexei Chernyshov, making him a suspect in a land grab case. There is talk of other close associates of Zelensky that detectives were investigating. In other words, they were doing exactly what they were set up for, independently investigating top-level corruption. It's worth remembering that Ukraine's anti-corruption infrastructure was set up in the years following the 2013-2014 Euromaidan revolution. It was one of the wins of the democratic pro-Western movement that overthrew the corrupt pro-Russian president. Over 100 protesters were killed before the revolution prevailed. I'm a historian, Polish. I'm a historian and I'm also Polish, so I know about. Why are you talking about this now? Like you're being ridiculous. I'm sorry. You're being silly. You're talking to a Polish Jewish trans historian. I am well aware of what transpired during World War II. It took the lives of these protesters and years of work that followed to set up independent anti-corruption infrastructure in Ukraine, a major achievement for the young democracy. Now President Zelensky is seeking to dismantle it to protect his associates and expand his power. The backdrop of the war is hugely helpful for this matter. Under martial law, there are no elections, and perhaps more importantly, there have been no mass street protests, which is changing. Okay, people are not afraid. People are used to the raids now. People are not afraid to go out to the streets and protest for their right. So that is a thing that is worth remembering. There have been a lot of protests today. I'm sorry, what? Are you talking to me? You keep using Zion. What does it mean to you? What do you mean? What? Oh, I've been on Top Chat. Listen, Estelle, when you think this person goes too far, you can ban them. You have my blessing. I trust your judgment, Rizamon. No engagement is worth whatever this is. Okay, let's see. Many of the people, okay, there have been no mass street protests. That is starting to change. Many of the most politically active Ukrainians, patriotic and uncompromising, are serving on the front lines or have been killed fighting. The first anti-government protests since the start of the war are taking place right now as we are running this editorial, and I've attended the protest. They are a reaction to today's vote and have likely slowed down Zelensky's signing of the bill, which he signed anyway. And tomorrow will be round 2 of the protests. No, well, the protests are continuing. The protesters have ignored curfew to protest. I returned home because I'm a foreigner and I don't have press credentials on me. Okay, I still have to get them. So I am in a more delicate position, I think. So I just returned to my base for now. But I've been told that the protests will continue tomorrow at 8 p.m. No. Once he signed it, he signed it. He could either sign it or veto it. He cannot veto it anymore. It is signed. Those are the options before the president. He can sign or veto. Same as in Poland, by the way. It is the same as in Poland. I'm hoping for I'm hoping for the protests to pressure the government to do some restructurization of the. I'm hoping that this was reversed. Okay, I'm hoping that any problems with the organizations will be fixed, but I'm hoping that the protesters will be able to get a win of restoring the independence of those organizations. I know that I should not be super hopeful about it, but I try to be optimistic in life. Yeah, of course, they should have been reformed, but they should not have been gutted completely. Ridiculous. It is possible to condition Ukrainian leadership in a way that protects democracy but doesn't undermine Ukraine's defense against Russia. But there is one other source of oversight, the West, and it needs to use its leverage to help Ukraine stay a democracy. And I'm hoping that exact thing will happen, actually. I am hoping that the West will not just close its eyes and pretend nothing's happening for the sake of convenience, which is not something that is. It is something that Europe has done in the past, and the West in general. So, historically, Ukraine's Western partners, the US and the EU, have been a key force pushing reluctant Ukrainian officials to carry out reforms, including the anti-corruption and law enforcement sector, using the leverage of financial aid to condition Ukrainians to move. It was a simple deal. Western aid comes in return for democratic progress. Since the start of Russia's full-scale invasion, Ukraine's partners have largely refrained from pushing for reforms. Yep. See, this is a problem. This is a big problem. It is time now to push for reforms once more. The war and having a smooth relationship with Ukraine's leadership have been made a priority. When a conversation is already awkward due to refusal to supply their requested weapons, the West is reluctant to further sour it with nods at failed reforms. Supporting democracy in Ukraine is a task that can wait till after the war. That seemed to be the approach. This strategy has proven wrong, and it has led to today's dangerous backslide. The lack of interest from across the ocean has played a key role too. US President Donald Trump's administration isn't one to defend anti-corruption reforms and only reluctantly pays attention to Ukraine at all. Evidently, certain actors in Ukraine perceived it as a free pass from Washington. It's not too late for Western partners to step in. It's possible to condition Ukrainian leadership in a way that protects democracy but doesn't undermine Ukraine's defense against Russia. Military aid to Ukraine shouldn't be conditioned. The survival of Ukraine and its defenders remain the number one priority, but it will be hard for foreign governments to find domestic support for such aid if Ukraine is allowed to slide into autocracy. The same man who represents Ukraine's fight against Russia can represent the destruction of Ukraine's democracy. Even true supporters of Ukraine in Western governments need to signal to Ukrainian leadership that the backslide is noted and won't go without consequences. If there is no such reaction, there is no reason to think that the backslide will stop. There are other elements of the anti-corruption infrastructure that can be dismantled, such as the High Anti-Corruption Court. And next on the menu, independent Ukrainian media. Ukraine's democracy can still be salvaged. In peacetime, that responsibility would fall on the Ukrainian people. But today, Ukrainians are fighting and dying for Europe and the whole free world. Will the West hold the line for them? It's a good question. I don't know. I don't have the answer to that. But there is something that I've noticed on a Polish news site. And that is that the European Union has indeed taken note of what's happening. Apologies. Conditioning aid to Ukraine would surely build resentment from Ukrainians. Yeah, it would. It's a complicated issue. Ukrainian protests, which I've attended
Demonstrators have
again.
gathered here in Kyiv near the presidential administration building in what is one of the first significant acts of public dissent against the Zelensky administration since the full-scale invasion began. Protesters here say the corruption bill that passed through Parliament strips anti-corruption bodies of their powers. Let's take a listen to what some of the demonstrators had to say.
I'm here today because I am against the law that our government is trying to provide, which basically destroys Ukrainian anti-corruption achievements that we received during since Revolution of Dignity.
I was a kid in 2014 when my country fought for independence from President Yanukovych dictatorship, and now we see that today's government takes these laws that take our country back to this 2013-14 period. We want to address our president right now that he has to veto this law because
he signed it.
It's against basic democracy and independence of anti-corruptional institutions in our country.
As nightfall sets here on the protesters in Kyiv, signing this bill into legislation looks to have triggered the first significant public backlash against Zelensky's government since the war began. It's Oz Kataji reporting from Kyiv for TVP World.
Right. Let me see. Ukraine bill Brussels alarm. Ukraine's government's votes to curb autonomy of anti-corrupt grabbed agencies, triggering alarms in Brussels. So the European Union has indeed taken note of what's happening.
A Russian mole in Ukraine's biggest anti-corruption bureau.
Security services, together with the Prosecutor General of Ukraine, have discovered an FSB cell which infiltrated the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine.
Here you go. This is the thing. This is the pretext to dismantle the organizations that have been infiltrated by the Russian special forces. This has been a thing, to which I say that dealing with the problem is not like dismantling the institutions is not dealing with the problem. The problem would be targeting the specific people that have infiltrated the organization, not rendering the organizations useless.
On Monday, Ukraine's security service SBU conducted over 70 raids on the bureau's offices across the country and detained 2 NABU detectives. SBU alleges one of them provided intel to close collaborators of exiled former President Viktor Yanukovych, and the other facilitated illegal sales of industry-grade cannabis in Dagestan. The National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine was established in 2014 under pressure from Kiev's Western partners. It was required by the IMF and the European Commission to ease visa restrictions for Ukrainian citizens.
The whole idea was, after revolution 2014, was to create independent anti-corruption bodies system which will fight against corruption in our country. I can't say that this system worked perfectly, no, but there were some successes, and there was a feeling that this system is quite independent.
After the raids, the Anti-Corruption Bureau released a statement accusing the security service of conducting searches without warrants, using its power to access sensitive information pertaining to NABU's ongoing investigations, and even using physical force against one of its detectives.
So as you can see, you can clearly see why this is a huge issue, right?
What is more, on Tuesday, the Ukrainian parliament passed controversial legislation which would give control of anti-corruption bodies like NABU to the national prosecution. NABU says the move will effectively destroy Ukraine's anti-corruption infrastructure, developed in cooperation with international partners.
Critics of this decision point out that it destroys the independence of anti-corruption bodies, and those who defend this decision say that this is, in principle, a decision that allows including all these bodies in the general system.
While the development sparked international concern, the United States might have a positive approach to the new bill.
Relations with the U.S. Army...
Oh my God, that is really... Now I'm really terrified. The fact that the United States might react positively to this really, really makes me scared.
Important to us now, and in fact, in many cases, these anti-corruption bodies were associated with the Democrats. And many Republicans say, well, Ukraine is a kind of patrimony of Democrats, where Democrats rule everything and so on. So I assume that the Trump administration may not condemn, but on the contrary, approve of this decision.
Oh my God, that is very bad.
The EU Commissioner for Enlargement, Marta Kos, called the vote a serious step back.
Seriously concerned over today's vote in the Rada, the dismantling of key safeguards protecting NABU's independence is a serious step back. Independent bodies like NABU and SAPO are essential for Ukraine's EU path. Rule of law remains in the very center of EU accession negotiations.
While many Ukrainians loudly condemn the crackdown on independent anti-corruption bodies, it remains to be seen whether President Zelensky will sign the contentious bill.
He signed it. I will keep repeating it. I will keep reminding you that he has signed it.
If he does, though, it is certain to cause a major rift between Kiev and the European Union,
and it will cause protests, which will continue tomorrow.
The National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine was established to further Kiev's European path.
This is an ongoing story. We don't know how it will develop. We don't know in which direction it will go. I am very, very, very worried, but it's too early to give up. I think it's too early to give up. It might yet still move in a positive direction. That is my opinion on this. Hope for the best, prepare for the worst. That is the motto of those who are prepared. Wouldn't you say? And that has been my segment for tonight. My big segment for tonight. What do you think? Ready to finish the stream for tonight? How long have we been streaming? Thanks, it was informative. Thank you for being here as always. And as always, try to invite your friends, colleagues, and family to the streams. We are still struggling to grow from micro streamer to small streamer. Alright, I'm gonna raid you to somebody. Who do you want to be raided into? Kid Not Kin, Vegcom, Mercado Gaming. I'm giving you a choice tonight. Who do you want to be raided into? Yeah, you want to be raided into Kid Not Kin? I can raid you into Kid Not Kin. I don't mind. Thank you, Raider Range. If you want to talk, you can DM me. Yeah, Kid Not Kin. Is that what we're doing? Kid Not Kin? Okay, we're doing Kid Not Kin. Alright, I'll see you. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll tell you how the protests went because I'm going to attend.